Okay, welcome. Yo, yo, what's good? I'm good. Hope you're good as well. I uh I'm feeling good today. I want to get started with just some probably some bass. I have a bit of an idea of what I want to do. Um I was messing about earlier before the stream just playing on a piano, just getting a feel for what kind of key I wanted to do tonight, and I think it's going to be something in D. It could be D minor, could also be D Phrygian, maybe. We'll see what ends up feeling the best. But I think the bass itself, I want that to be around D. Um, and I was kind of feeling maybe doing something with a dotted 8-note pattern or something. I don't know why, but my brain was like, maybe that could be cool for tonight. So I guess that's what we're gonna do. Now, Zephyr was saying something in chat, so I wanna show him first how he needs to fix that. It's a really easy fix, Zephyr. I still need to update the README file for the pack, but I will probably include this in the video as well that I'm working on for the pack. But it's a really easy fix. So if you're in just in your Explorer, right here, the thing is that by default, and I forgot that this was the case because I've always had this thing turned on. By default, this folder that you need to put the preset files in is hidden by Windows. So you need to go to in your Explorer, you need to go to View right here, and then you need to turn on Hidden Items, and that will basically show you the hidden items and hidden folders. And I don't know why the presets are stored in the program data, but it is what it is, you know. But if you turn that on, then the folder will show up and you will be able to find it. That's literally all you have to do. Somebody else had the same issue, actually, so I was like, huh? The folder doesn't show up for you? Okay. And then I was looking into it, I was like, oh wait, it's a hidden folder. So I was like, oh, shit, I probably should put that in the README file. But I haven't really had time to update it yet, so I'll probably add it soon. But that's all you have to do. Anyways, yeah, so I think we're gonna do something rhythmic, or at least get started with something like that. Let's just use current for what we're gonna do. Let's go to synths. Let's grab a current. And we're probably gonna have something with that. And then we'll probably automate this as well. Anyways, let's first find ourselves where make some MIDI. Maybe that long. So dotted 8 notes would be that. Let's do 172. Something weird like that, maybe. Maybe we can do that long. if we can find a cool pattern. I think we're gonna really rely a lot on automation, and we're gonna have to find make like a cool bass, but we'll start with that. Let's see if we can find a cool wavetable. And we're probably gonna have to mess about with this a bit to find like cool sound, but kind of interesting. Let's put this a little bit higher, so that's just like that. And then we'll use filter to get the sort of like plucky kind of movement. Let's first set up a couple of things though. Let's go to a little bit of attack here. And let's set a macro to the decay here. Maybe also on the curve, but then backwards. Okay, cool. And then we'll copy this, so I'm holding Alt and then copying it to here. And then on this one I'll just bring the sustain all the way down. But you can see that the mapping has sort of like... well, the mapping is still there for this one as well, so it's identical to this one, except the sustain is down. And then we'll be able to use that for the filter. So put that on here and just do something like that to start with. Also maybe use that on here. But we're losing that sound of the wavetable, but it's kind of cool. And also try some of these. Or we could try maybe going here. Let's go into the effects first, and let's also, I'm just gonna remove the fundamental here, or, yeah, let's remove it, because then we'll just have a separate sub, so I'll just turn this one on, and turn these down, so this is just gonna go direct out. And let's add a little bit, maybe we can leave this in, but then we'll cut it off here at the end. Let's see, let's add a bit of this. That becomes a little bit louder. Maybe we'll drop this in front of it. Not a bandpass. Maybe we'll see. Now we have a little bit of distortion at least. Yo. Let's mess with these things here. Let's see what we get. What the hell? Let's go there. And let's just grab another envelope. Oh yeah, and on this one, maybe we'll bring the attack all the way down. Yeah, that's much better. And then on this one as well. And this one is just going to be really short. And we'll use that on here as well to give it a bit of a... That's too quick. So we'll have that on top, even if we open that up. It's kind of cool. I did download the new compressor, yes. Let's turn the sub off for now. So I'm looking here, like, what I kind of want to create is when we have the sub, see how there's a little gap here? Normally there is another harmonic in between there, but I kind of don't want to have that one, so that we kind of, because otherwise it starts sounding a lot like a square or like a saw wave really quickly, and I don't want that. So I'm trying to, by high passing this one here, basically get it from like about 100 Hertz and up. That one is there normally. That kind of works. Let's also add a little bit more. Let's just do an overdrive on here. Let's see, can we... I'm gonna group this. And... I guess we can make the sub louder if we just do that. It's maybe better. Let's also, why not? Let's try that compressor. I haven't really opened it up yet, so... Squash. Let's put it after here. It's a really simple sort of like OTT style compressor, I guess, with just an XY graph for tone and depth, and that's basically it. Oh, that's a very heavy compressor. Okay, but that's actually pretty decent. I mean, That's pretty nice to have, actually. I feel like the dry wet is actually nicely done. It's not phasing. Like with a lot of sort of like OTT sort of like tools or plugins that try and do that thing, they always mess up the dry wet. Because this is not really a dry wet. I think it's more like an amount, but they just called it a dry wet. Or they are doing some stuff where, you know, they're retaining the phase or whatever, I don't know, but I've seen so many of these OTT kind of dynamics plugins, and then when you move the dry wet knob, as soon as you bring it anywhere in between either 0 or 100, it just starts phasing because they have, you know, they're doing an actual dry wet. But the original OTT, when it's fully dry, or when you bring the depth down, because it's not really a dry wet, I guess they have, this is a dry wet and this is the depth, but I think even when this is at 100% or even if this is at all the way dry, I think there's still the frequency splitting that is still happening. Otherwise, it would phase. So that's a good thing, because otherwise, when you would bring this down, it starts phasing like crazy. But it doesn't here, so that's good. And we are getting a bit of this harmonic here, but that's fine. I do want to see what happens if we have the sub separate and only apply this to the mid bend. So we could do that, because we have a pretty big gap between the sub and the mid range, so we could just chuck this on here. Do that. Something like that. And then in here, don't really have to do that, you can just drag it in. Do that. That would also get rid of any sort of like harmonic that comes in here from like any distortion or processing. Anyways, let's go. I guess we can chuck that in here. We just chuck that after. Yeah, there's a lot of different companies that have an OTT style plugin. I still have a KS pad somewhere. KS pad 3. Okay, let's make this a bit bigger. So also I wanna check quickly, is this better? I mean, yeah, it's easier. We can make it better than what it was before, because now we have more control, because we have the mid-range separate, which is nice. Let's mess a bit more with the current. And this one, we can also make this one a bit louder. Let's just compress it with a glue compressor. Okay, Let's also maybe add some drums, shall we? I know the shortcut for rename. I'm not sure why I just did that. And let's maybe add a sidechain to this one, because we're definitely gonna need that. Let's do that. We should also first add some drum sounds in here, otherwise we cannot hook the sidechain up. Yeah, this will be a bass. But it doesn't have the right tone yet, but we'll get there easier if we have some drums. And we could maybe do another glue compressor on the end of this thing. Right here. Just to even the whole thing out. Maybe the bass is getting pretty heavy, but anyways, let's go in here. Let's start with this. And let's just do there and there. I'm also going to, because I'm not used to seeing this like that loud on here, I'm just gonna bring this down a bit. Maybe -6, something like that. Yeah, that's a bit more like what I'm usually seeing it at, as when I'm looking at like music from like YouTube or something like that. Yeah, fuse compressor is great. We were actually talking about it in the Discord earlier. I find a really great setting for just like bringing some like high end up and like evening the levels out of everything. To just take the default preset and just up the amount of bends to 5 bends, and then just play with the release time. Maybe play with the crossovers of the bends a little bit, and sometimes I'll take out the upwards compression in the high end if it's too much, or sometimes if it's like a sound that is not necessarily a bass, I'll turn off the entire low bend or something. But just having a default preset with 5 bends just works really well. Anyways, let's do that. Kick drum is probably gonna be something more simple, actually. And probably a longer pattern as well. Let's just start with that. And hi-hats. Probably gonna start with just a simple head like that. Okay. Actually, maybe a clap would be good. Let's go in here. Claps. Probably find a different one later, but just start with something. Could also go for that. We'll probably play around with the pattern a bit because we have a lot of different options with that. Let's find a kick. Something that could work in this. Pretty low. D. I think all these kicks are higher than D, but we can make it D, doesn't matter. Let's try this one. Okay, let's set up that there. And you here. Maybe a little bit longer on the kick for now. I don't like that one there. Let's just do that for now. Oh, that one kind of works. Not sure what you guys are talking about. So this kick is not in D, but I actually know of a way to tune kick drums a bit easier. Then we can make this any key we want. You know, tuning a kick drum is usually pretty fucking annoying because you know it's a falling sound, right? It falls in pitch, so it's already hard to sort of like decipher a particular note from it. But a kick drum definitely has a pitch. Usually the pitch where it ends on is the pitch of the root or the fundamental of the kick. But tuning that is usually a lot harder because even if we just open up a spectrum analyzer like this, like it's so annoying that it opens up like that. Can we full height browser? There we go. Now you can see the entire thing. So this peak here is pretty wide, right? So this could be anything from like an A0 all the way up to a D1, which is a range of 5 semitones. That's quite a big range. So tuning a kick drum is usually pretty annoying. Now, it looks like it's somewhere, usually it's somewhere in the middle of that bump. So it's going to be somewhere around C from the looks of it. But you don't even need to know that. You don't even need to look at this. What we can really do is just take a high pass, and we're going to take a pretty steep high pass, and I'm going to put this just below the pitch where I want it to be. So I want it to be at a D0. I'm just going to put it somewhere like C0 or C sharp 0. And I'm just going to have it there. And I'm then also going to take another point, and that one is going to be at exactly D0. I'm just going to make a little peak there, and then we're going to make it pretty narrow. Something like this. Now you can see that that is much lower than where it currently sits. But I do like sort of like the sound of the high end a bit. So we can already see if we're looking if you look at the spectrogram right here at the bottom, you can already see that it creates a little bit of a till at that D0 note. You can see that we get the normal sort of like peak, and then there's a quieter sort of like till happening already. See? There's like a little extra thing when the kick drum stops. So now I want to bring the entire kick drum down to there. We could do that with a transpose, but that's also going to make it longer. So let's grab a frequency shifter. We'll just chuck that in front of the EQ, and that's also why the high pass is here, so that when we don't have the high pass, when we frequency shift this down, it's gonna make the whole low end look pretty messy. You can actually see that if we just turn this off. So we're gonna go down with maybe only a few hertz, doesn't have to be that much. And then let's turn this on so that we have that point. We're still a little bit too high up, I can see it in the spectrogram down there. But you can also hear it when it sort of like locks into place. But it becomes a little messy in the low end a lot of times, so that's where the high pass comes in. And then we can use that point and boost it more to get a longer tail. And we can cut it shorter again later. But now we still have sort of like the same kind of high end, but we have the sub of the kick ending in the note where we want it to be. It sounds a little lower, of course. And it gets a bit longer because we're adding that till. But we can, you know, add some volume shaping afterwards if we have to. Okay. Let's find kind of hi-hats. Let's add a drum rack. Not sure what kind of sound we're gonna go for that, so I'll just drag a bunch in. Let's maybe also find a couple of shakers. I haven't really checked kick 3 at all. Could maybe be fun. Okay, that should do for now. Let's turn that off. And let's set them to gate. And this is annoying because these samples are quieter. They're not normalized. I should probably just normalize that pack someday. So let's just normalize those 8 ones. So that they're all hitting at 0. These are, yeah, these are normalized. So, okay. Snare 1 would be dope. I mean, kick 2, kick 3, whatever, you can make snare drums with it as well. So it doesn't really need a dedicated plugin, honestly, because you can just do that in the same plugin. It's just a matter of how you tune it. Right. If you tune it a little bit higher and change the shape of the pitch curve and add like a tail of noise, then suddenly it's making snare drums. It's just a bit of a different sort of like shape for all the different curves that you're using with making a snare drum. Fundamental is just going to be a lot higher, you know, something between 200 and all the way up to like 1K or something. And then the pitch curve is a lot shorter, so that you just get a really sharp transient, and then afterwards you just get a more straight fundamental tone, as opposed to a kick drum, which is a lot slower. And then of course the noise is a big part of it. And we're gonna bring this down a bit. We'll probably just start with a simple 4 to the floor head like that first. Kinda like that one. Maybe we'll add one more. We'll just do this for now. Let's find some... I kind of want to have some tambourines as well. I should have some. That works. That also works. But I kind of want to have it... Oh, damn it. There's a bit of a shuffle in it. One moment. Let's fix that. I like the sound of it repitched, so I'm just gonna consolidate this. And then let's do that. And then we just have to add these extra ones. Which isn't that big of a deal. I'm gonna do it roughly. Like, I do want to have a bit of swing to it though, but I want to be able to control it so that everything, like the kick drum and the shakers, will have the same sort of like shuffle. So let's do that. Let's set the grid to 16s, and then just do a Control U, like that. And then we'll set this to beats, and then one shot, do something like this. So that's basically straight now on the grid. And then let's go in here. Let's select all of these clips. Let's go in here, and then we can turn loop on for all of them. And then we can select the groove here so that all of these things will have the groove applied. And because we have all these markers in here, it will apply that to all of these individual bits as well. So I have the groove here. You can't really see it, but it's in here. And then the timing I can use to offset the 16th note. So basically all these quieter ones are going to be shifted a little bit towards the right. And depending on the percentage here, it will become heavier, or there's no swing. Pretty subtle, but I like what that does, especially when we have more kick drums going later. And maybe it could be cool to also add it to the bass, by the way. Why not? Let's do groove there as well. So that every one that hits on like a 16th note instead of like an 8th note, so this one, that one, those are all sort of like shifted a little bit to the right. And they should fall exactly in line with the kicks as well, if we are going to add more kicks later. I mean, kind of works. Has a bit too much low mids though, or just I don't like the sound yet of it, but let's go back in here. That's also pretty cool. So many different options here. Maybe also, let's also add a little bit to here, maybe. That sounds kind of interesting. We can always try some different wavetable in here and then A, B the 2 later. But I kind of want to see, let's go in here. We're going to do something more in here. Maybe we can play around here. Something. It needs to be a bit dirtier. Let's see. What if I add a bit of Saturn? Just add it after the compressor. Let's just do a couple of bends. I mean, that's pretty alright already. Doesn't really need anything, to be honest. Doesn't need much either. Try maybe giving that a bit of tube. Oh yes, that's gonna work. Crank that a bit as well. So the sub, let's go, and let's go in here. Feels a little better. Ooh, that's also nice. Oh no, then and then this one maybe there. Ooh. Kinda works. That's actually kind of interesting. That's interesting. So that the kick hits right in the middle here, but these kind of hit at the that kind of works maybe. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. And then what if we so the pattern is going to be different in the second half now. See, here this one hits right there, but I'm gonna make it hit on the snare here. Yeah, that sounds really cool. And then that. No, we're just gonna go. I mean, that works. That's something we could build something around, I think. Let's automate that decay a little bit. Let's just do this, configure, put that one there, so that we can map that to a macro. So that we can actually see it properly labeled in here. I think we're gonna make this a little bit longer. And then in the second half, I'm gonna automate that a little bit up. And that, maybe? Maybe go and do that for this little section, so we get a little bit of a break there. Ooh, what if we add a little bit of a... We can make that with a little bit of noise, but kind of like maybe some ring modded noise or something like that. Let's see. Let's grab a current. And let's just grab a bit of noise here. There's some white noise. And let's set this to fixed. And let's do a sub. Turn this down. Maybe we don't even need the sub. Maybe we don't even need to hear it, because I think we have... yeah, we have AM in here. So we could use AM from the sub. Put that on here. And then we should get... Put this in D. Bring the sub up as well. Let's distort this together. That does the job. And then let's go grab a high pass. Something like that. We can maybe make this a bit shorter. Give it some release maybe. Actually, no. Just something like that. And then that will hit on that first kick, so we get a little bit of extra noise, which might be cool. This one still has too much of a MIDI kind of sound. We need to get rid of some of those mids, or like the boxy kind of sound in this one. Needs to sound a bit more sub-heavy, so probably something around here. Yeah, see, already just cutting there. Just makes it feel more bassy. We'll probably have like another layer on top or something. Like maybe we can have a reason top that comes in every once in a while at the end of a phrase or something. Just automate it in. Should we do a little edit here at the end? No, I don't like that. That's better. And then what if we... Oh no, wait, this is the first time I'm automating that up, right? Yeah, so let's just do that. Let's just make this twice as long again. Then at the end of the next section, maybe go up a little bit further. And maybe we can also cut out this last one altogether. Maybe even end it on that kick drum. Be right there. That works. Okay, we need to start building a little bit of an intro, I think, because that way we will be able to hear better how this is gonna go. So let's see, this is 16. Yeah, okay, so we made 16 bars here. I really think that the whole drop can sort of like revolve around this sound. I don't think we even need that many other bass sounds. Maybe every once in a while we'll have like, I don't know, a Reese coming in at the end of a phrase or something, but that's probably it. Or maybe just like some little tiny chops of audio when we maybe cut the bass out on the last snare drum or something. You know, something like that. But I think this whole thing by itself can just be like the main bass that just goes all the way through and then relies on automation on top of it or something. I think that would be pretty good. More is less. Yeah, exactly. Let's go and put... Oh, wait. Let's turn that off so that we can actually copy the automation as well. We do 3 times 16 bar for the intro. Let's do that. Let's grab this and put that right here. So that would be where the drop is going to be. And then here we have the intro. Now maybe we can... I'm not going to spend too much time on the intro now, but let's just grab this. Let's just Oh, my bad. Let's just put it right here. Or right there. Maybe we'll just filter the drums here a bit. Give it like a bit of high pass or something. Or a low pass. We also need to EQ the drums, by the way. Do a little bit of that so it opens up maybe a little bit over time. And then right here it's just gonna go like that. Does anyone think it's too ambitious to be remixing Counter-Strike? I mean, you're gonna have to go heavy, that's for sure, but... Probably cut everything out here. Okay, should we add this one there as well? Then maybe without the sub. We have them separate, so we can just turn this off. Definitely wants to be more high-passed, I think. But we have this thing here, so we could just add another EQ. Ended on that one. I should just turn this on before I do that. End it right there. It reminds me of Sleepnet Labs. Now I'm thinking about it. Now I added this thing here, it suddenly reminds me of Sleepnet Labs. It's a similar kind of pattern. But it works. Do you hear it as well? Maybe we'll flip the pattern up a little bit later, but for now it kind of works, so... I'm not sure if it's the same pattern or if it's a similar pattern. But if I don't add the vocal on top, then we definitely have something different already. Just need to find something else to put on top, I guess. Yeah. And that wasn't even the intention, but hey, I guess that's where we're moving with this. Let's see if I hear something on top. I'm hearing something else on top though. Just a general high pass filter for this as well. Just put that here. We'll make one real quick. One that also cuts the sub out basically. Let's just go and take an auto filter and put that on high pass. Let's group that. Put that on macro 1. And let's also put the on-off switch on macro 1 and then change the mapping for that 2, 1, so that when we turn this up, the filter gets turned on. That way we don't affect the phase when we're not high passing anything. So we can just call that high pass frequency. We could also have one for the resonance, by the way, because sometimes it can be nice to add some resonance. Now we don't have to see this. And on the end of this one, let's go and high pass it. As you said it, it clicked in an instant. Yeah, for me it happened when I added this. It's not the same harmonics for sure. I remember looking at the Sleepnets track and seeing what the harmonics were doing, and there's like, it almost looks like the bass in that track, because I actually tried remaking it when the track came out. I tried remaking the bass, but then I think it was D&B Academy dropped the video and I was like, okay, fuck it. They beat me to it. But I remember analyzing it and looking at what the bass is doing, and there's like 2 very strong harmonics and then a sub, and it almost looks as if there's close to no sort of like heavy distortion on it, because there's not really any additional harmonics created. There's a couple that are very faint, which might just be a result of some slight saturation or some soft clipping or something. But there were like 2 harmonics that were close together and so like a bit above the sub, and that is what I remembered from looking at it. But yeah, I thought about doing a video about that, because that's why I tried remaking it. But then, yeah, the guys from D&B Academy came out, and I was like, okay, well, fuck it. No point in doing it then. Yeah, Nick is a genius, mate. He's always been the one that was the most technical of the whole bunch of Noisia, for sure. But that's also pretty audible now. Like, Thijs is doing pretty cool as well, but Thijs is just veered off into a completely different direction at this point. Which is fine, you know. It's not really my thing, honestly. There's a couple of tracks I enjoy, but it's kind of also because we have a bit of a similar kick drum pattern, I think. But that pattern just works for this. We can... But like, that kick right there works. Anyways, we'll just keep working on this and move it into a different direction. And we can always go in here and slightly mess with the pattern later. But I kind of like this one, because we have these 2... It's kind of a mixture between 3 16th note notes and then one that's 2 16th notes, but there's 2 pretty close together here, and that creates a pretty interesting rhythm that I kind of like. We might even just take just that at some point or something and see if we can turn that into a pattern, but for now this kind of works. What was I doing? Oh yeah, high pass. Okay, that kind of works. Yeah, I remember when that tune came out and that vocal was just, yeah, that was a really funny thing. I remember listening to it, and the first half, the vocal is well, I think the vocal is also in the first half. It's just completely mangled up. So it's like completely inaudible as to what it's saying. In fact, you might even not even hear that it's a vocal, but you can hear that in the second half it comes in as well, and it kind of sounds like the weird thingies in the first half are also made from the vocal, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I am hearing something else on it though. And we probably want to make a bit of an intro now, because we have something going. If I'm correct, in the SleepNet track there's another thing happening that I'm not doing here, which is actually quite interesting. Never really talked about it, but I remember looking at the track and being like, that's interesting. The sub follows one note, basically, like this is also doing. But the higher harmonics are not. They're actually following a melody, and that's kind of interesting. It's almost as if they're two different sounds, and the sub is just one sound, and the higher harmonics are a different sound that are playing different notes. Because I could hear in that track that every once in a while, one of these notes is playing a semitone up. So you get more something like that, and then, I don't know, grab that one, put it up, maybe that one, maybe that one. But now the sub follows along with it, and that's not what what I could hear in the original, or in like the original. Hear me, we're not remaking SleepNet, but what I could hear in that track, the sub kind of felt like it was sitting on the same note, which you could also do in current actually. If you go in here, you could go in here. We have these tuning modes here, so you could set that to fixed and then set it to one note, and then we should get the same thing. See? Now the harmonics are playing that melody, but the sub is playing the same D note every time. And I think there is something like that in that track as well, but I'm thinking maybe we can add another higher thing on top. We could also do something similar, but maybe go down. Like, maybe one of these short ones could go down. That could maybe be fun. No. I think I'll just leave it like this for now. Oh yeah, let's EQ the drums a bit. That noise, we want a bit of a boost in here. Yeah, that's better. And maybe I'll sidechain that noise to the kick as well. Do this one and put that on the kick drum. That's our shakers. Don't think we need to EQ that much. No, that looks fine. The hi-hats might want to have... yeah. And that clap is probably also... yeah, that definitely wants... I don't like the clap though. Let's see if we can find something better for that. Hmm. Kind of works, but these are a bit quieter, but that's fine. Can make it louder. Thought maybe a weird one. What else could we do? pretty well, actually. I definitely want to keep that, but we want to high pass it a little bit here as well. Just subtly. Snare's not exactly right, but I think it wants to be on that page, but or there. Yeah, that sounds kind of interesting. Let's do maybe try a little bit of soothe on here. Yeah, I kind of am. Well, I haven't really worked on the drum pack in a while, but I think I'm just gonna take a lot of the samples that I already have, and I'm just gonna turn that into a pack soon. And I think I'll release it on my Patreon as well. As like a paid pack on in the store of the Patreon. But I still need to make some more things though. Some of the categories have like a lot of sounds, and the other categories are like almost empty. So kind of need to fill up the empty ones a bit. Now it just needs a bit of a high-end boost. But you can hear the difference, right? It sounded really, sort of like really boxy, which is fine, but there's like too much mid in here. And Soothe kind of takes it out, but it also helps if you have like a snare drum. And a lot of times in drum and bass, like, especially these days, back in the days it was different. You had these big snares with like 200 Hz peaks in the fundamental. But these days there's very little of the fundamental in the snare. A lot of times when I'm making a snare these days, because they sit higher pitch usually, or they sound more like rim shots a lot, you can get away with taking out a lot of that fundamental. And EQ works, like rolling it off like this works, but a lot of times I find that Soothe can actually be really good as well, of removing a bit of that fundamental, and then you can use the attack here to kind of make sure that the transient still has that frequency, which is really nice. So usually the default value of 1 is actually pretty good enough, because the snare drum is so short anyway. But it will just take out a lot of that sound. So we have that, and then turns into that, which obviously is a bit quieter, or at least sounds quieter as a perceived level, right, than that. But it just needs a bit more of something here. But I can see that in this sample there isn't that much, so I think we're just gonna have like a layer on top of here. So let's just group this. And let's maybe find a clap to layer on top of this. Like something with a bit of high end. Yeah, that has that. I wish there was a way to keep this so like at this position. Like I wish there was a way to snap marker. No, that's just gonna snap to a zero crossing probably. I wish there was a way to just lock that position, because every time you drag in a new sample, it does that, which is kind of annoying, but oh, that's a loop. It's kind of interesting. And it has high end, so that's good. Let's put an EQ on that. Let's bring up some of this here. Maybe we can add an erosion as well. That could also be fun. Let's try adding... Ooh, no, let's try adding a vocoder. Let's use the noise setting. And it takes out some of it as well, but I do like this sound. But that does bring the Foreman down a bit. Let's just add an erosion after this then. Just a little bit. Doesn't really do much. Actually sounds less high-end with the erosion on, because there already is noise, and then it adds noise to that, and then it actually makes the noise quieter. Fine for now. Oh, that one. Let's also automate that so that that is turned off here. We'll have it turned on here. I don't exactly like it yet, but might have to work a bit on those drums. Let's give it a little bit of clipping on the drum group here. We'll just put on saturate here. Let's just put that on hard clipping, and then let's see how much it already is doing it at 0 here. Yeah, see on the clap it's already doing something, but maybe we'll just add like, I don't know, 1 dB or something. Maybe even less. So it just takes care of like anything going over 0 basically. Maybe you can automate the endpoint to lock it. Can you actually automate that position? I don't think you can. No, you cannot automate that position. Maybe in here? No, also not. Yeah, definitely needs to sound a bit different, but let's see. Mostly the clap layer that needs to be slightly different, I think. Because I like the snare layer. Let's try a couple of different claps. That one kind of works. Very subtle, but what we could also try on this one is maybe offsetting it a little bit from the other layer. So if we take the align delay right here, chuck that in here, and we link this, we can use that to just delay this with a couple of milliseconds. Let's see if I search for mud pie, there's probably gonna be a bunch of things that are gonna come up here. Oh, don't want to do this. What am I doing? Oh, I'm dragging a clip. There we go. I wanted to do that. I want like something with really weird stuff in it. Okay, that's a bit weird. Not the kind of weird I'm looking for. No, not weird enough. Different key, but that doesn't matter. We put this up one semitone, and then it's in D. But it doesn't have as much crazy stuff as what I'm looking for. But also not. It might have some weird shit. No, let's see if we have some more things. Oh, that could be weird. No. Needs to be even weirder. That has weird shit. Ooh. That was weird. Oh, that has a lot of plucky kind of things. That might be interesting. Let's see. Let's just cut out this maybe, or cut out. Are we gonna cut out something? Let's see. Maybe I want to do that here. Let's see where it feels nice to do that. Yeah, I think at the end of this section already. Sort of like right there. We'll just grab some weird part and let's see what happens. Oh. My bad. Now we need to find a cool sounding part. And this is also really loud, so let me back it down a bit. What if we pitch this up an octave? And these bits are going to be closer together. And faster as well. Something weird. Hmm. Let's try a different one. Let's add a bit of OTT to this, because we need some more high end out of these layers. Ooh. Ooh. It's kind of cool what I heard. Might have to start chopping something up from this. What else do we have in here? Because there's a couple of ones in here that have quite a bit of interesting things. Do we have more? I want something more rhythmic. No bass. Some more other things. See what we have in there. Weird things. Okay, no, that's just way too noisy. We need definitely some more bass, maybe in a folder from this year. Wait, let's search for MudPy in here. I think the ones that we had earlier were just the best ones from this kind of thing. These ones. But then an octave higher. But finding a cool part is always the annoying thing of this. We could also do it a different way. Put one of these things in a sampler. I didn't save yet, no. Well, I mean, I did save, but not since we started. Yeah, something like that, but I need to find a cool part. I mean, let's see. Oh yeah, here, of course. That is a D sharp, so if we then put this on D to get the right sound, it's gonna be pretty loud. Okay. Now we can also mess with the pitch envelope, which is kind of nice. Anyways, let's we also I want to think about a bit more of an intro, I think. But we are definitely getting somewhere with this one. We want to get a bit more of a... Yeah, definitely is something different here, but... I could even, for the time being, this might actually be a fucking masterful move. Let's just make a rack for this one. And we're gonna make it randomized, the start position, so that every time it plays it's gonna be different. But then I can at some point just resample it and then take the best parts. And that way we might find some happy accidents. So, oh, let me take the search out. Let's take the device randomizer. We'll just chuck that in here. And let's save before we do anything. And we're gonna go and map the start position. Which is that this one? Yeah. That one. But it's also buffering when we do that. So I think we need to do something else. We'll figure it out. But first things first, we want to have this one control that. So that the macros will be randomized. That way we can also throw a different sample in there and we'll still do the same thing. Which is kind of nice. Or, you know, try out different pitches or whatever. Heck, we could even randomize the pitch as well. Let's do this, and then let's see. We wanna let me just loop this section for now. Okay, so I wanna automate the start position. We're probably gonna use the mod wheel. So we have sample offset. Is that it? Let's do that, and let's take a CC control, which gives us control over the mod wheel. And then we'll just map that to one of the macros, and then let's see what is happening in here. When this triggers, if it triggers from the start or somewhere in here. Okay, yes, it works. It should be different every time now. As you can hear. So that seems to work pretty well. We could maybe even play around with the loop modes as well. Let's do this, and let's make that loop pretty short. Can we also... loop length? Oh, nice. So we need to make it a bit longer. So that when we get this, it can play it. Well, that's maybe a bit long. This is already long enough. And then if we grab another one, I mean foot controller, whatever, doesn't matter. We do loop length, and then do we need to bring this up or down? I think down if we want the loop to be shorter. And then if we, let's just add the foot controller to this one. Foot controller. So if we put this up, is the loop now shorter? I think it is, but it needs to be even shorter. So I wanna... Okay, that's too short. Let's make this one a bit shorter. Okay, that might be cool. Then map that to a macro as well. Let's see what we get. Okay. But now it's the same every time. Why is that? Do we want the loop to be... Oh wait, what if we do... Then it works. Now it's the same every time again. What else do we have? Loop start. Is that what we want? Yes. That's kind of what we want. Should we also add some variation in the pitch, maybe? Let's do pitch... No, not pitch. Random. Let's add that in front of here. And then we'll give it a choice of... 2 maybe? Or 1. And then an interval of 12. So that we only get octaves. And then we can put this at like, I don't know, 50%-ish. And then every once in a while we get a higher note as well. Actually, we get it almost every time. Now, not every hit is going to be nice, but some are going to be cool and others are not. So let's maybe add a bit of OTT. Come on. Get all kinds of stuff now, so and lock that, and then we can just do this. That one might be a bit much, but I kind of want some reverse swells. So what I'm gonna do is let's just grab another current. And we just want to have some plucky, short kind of sound. Doesn't really matter. Saw wave's probably good enough. Then let's just make a little like that maybe. And we're not actually going to hear this sound. We're going to create a rack that is going to do reverb. But we're not actually going to hear this sound in itself. It's just going to create the reverb, basically. So let's do this. Let's take Valhalla Vintage Verb. Kind of my favorite one. Use Palace, which is kind of like made for like bigger spaces. And let's do now, so that it doesn't really give us too much sort of like denoising and stuff over time. Let's bring the high shelf up a lot, maybe bring this down a bit. And we can maybe up this as well, so that, because if this is down, because a reverb technically is just a delay, right? It's just a whole bunch of delays, but the times and such are randomized, and that's why it sounds diffused. But internally, there's still a feedback happening, right? And every delay, if we have this EQ down, every delay is going to be more and more low pass. So if you have this down and we want to create a nice long reverb tail that we can sort of like bring in with volume automation, then obviously when we bring this down, it will start sounding pretty dull really quickly. So if we bring this up a lot, then we don't really get that as much. And it will make more sense. And we really need to crank this up to like 40 seconds or something. 100%, yes, okay. And then we want... let's just chuck a shimmer on it as well. Bring the shift down, and then just increase the feedback a bit. Leave it at maybe... leave it at 50%. I think we can go even longer. Or we can just chuck on a bit of OTT. That always helps. There we go. Do a bit of that. And let's group this. And then we're going to put a utility after here. I'm gonna map this to a macro. And we're gonna change that to 0. And then now we won't hear it. See? So can start automating it in. I'm not sure if we're already gonna have it here. Maybe we'll just bring it in towards the end here. Might actually work. Kind of nice. This one, let's go there maybe. And then we also wanna, yeah. And now we can still go back into current, and we have control over obviously this. So let's see. I don't know, maybe chuck something on here. Only it's just we won't hear it right away. That's a bit annoying. Sounds like it's throwing up every once in a while. I'm thinking about where we are gonna take this. Let's see. I'm gonna do something weird. No. I'm gonna do a different pattern, but maybe do want to have the same rhythm though, but really hope that they will add a multi-band thing into this at some point. No, not really liking that. We want something different. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll just loop this. I'll leave that sound in for now. A little bit more interesting, maybe. Not sure why, but I'm trying to produce at the same time on my other screen. I'm just in the mood. Hey, well, just have a go, I guess. I think it's cool, yeah, but it's not entirely the vibe that I'm going for. I think I want to do something slightly different. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, and then I'll be back, and then we'll continue working on this. See you soon. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna get rid of this halfway point thing here. I like how we lost 5 people. I'm not allowed to take a bathroom break. I got a piss too, mate. Okay, so let's go. I'm kind of hearing something more atmospheric coming in on top of this. That kind of builds a bit of a harmony on top. Maybe also instead of this thing. Let's also grab maybe some kind of noise that comes in as well. We can make that real quick. Wear diaper. Yeah. Next time we'll grab a pee bottle, okay? We can make it out of noise, or we can try doing this again. One shot, drums. Yeah, I'm too quick, come on. Drums. And we want a hi-hat. Chuck that into the sampler. And then we'll just Put that here. Drop that there. And then we turn that off. So we get that. And then we go into the effects. Take that one. And that maybe. And let's see. Wave shifter. Put that at 100. Take another one. Can we duplicate this? We can. Oh no, we cannot. Can we? Oh, we can. Nice. Actually sounds pretty decent. Let's grab EQ. Let's just add oh wait, we already used this one. It's fine. Doesn't matter. I was gonna say let's add some noise, but we already used that. We can group this though. And just add another one. Just some noise for the high end. I wished... Wait, I have that as a preset. I just need to increase the length. Bring that up down a bit. Let's just do... We want that to be a bit longer. We can set this to 1 shot. And then it's basically going to play the entire duration of this envelope. Okay, let's see. Let's mess around with it somehow. Okay, let's also add some more reverb, by the way. Just gonna add a lot. But I wish there was a bit more of a resonance in here, but it is fine. Doesn't really matter. Let's do... We filter it a little bit over time and then add more reverb. We already have an EQ, but do that. Something like that. Let's just add more reverb. Maybe also add a little bit of a boost in the high frequencies. Get a bit more of that. And then let's go that one. That should do the job. freeze and flatten that. Yeah, come on. You're at 100%. Look at you. Come on. Good. Yeah? Okay. For fuck's sake. We're not going to use that. Well, we could use it here, but I think we're going to use that somewhere here. Pretty nice. Wish it was even longer, but we can do that. Let's OTT it a little bit. And then it will automatically be longer. And then we just make sure that there's no low end, but we could also just turn this bend off, and that does the same thing. And it only applies it to the mids and the highs. So I don't really like this chord thing. I think we're gonna have something else coming in here in this section that is going to add like some kind of harmony bit, but it's probably gonna use a lot of reverb and like a long reverb tail to get that sound, but not entirely sure how to make it yet. Maybe we'll have another one of these, but then reversed as well. Leading into there. And then we'll just do what I'm thinking of. I also think I do want to have some kind of movement happening in here. Kind of cool. No, that's not nice. This section, what am I gonna do here? Oh. Kinda works. Yo, Akash. Oh, that works. That kind of works. Let's make sure that this is locked, and then we do that. And then I guess also here. Okay. So I am kind of hearing something in my head, but I don't know how to make it. I might have to switch to my speakers for just a moment so I can check it out on there. Let me do that for a bit. I have to mute the mic because otherwise it's going to be too much feedback, but I'll try and make this quick. Okay, that's kind of like the direction I wanted to go in. Hey, do you have any video showing how you would make a mud pie like the one you got in this? Not necessarily a video, but I did do a bunch of live streams where we did stuff like that. The whole idea is to use this device. We're actually using it in here as well. This device right here. Actually, I know how we can make this one more interesting, this little blip of audio here. Because we can change these as well. And they're currently set to pretty slow speeds. So what if we do... What if we map these? Let's save, because we haven't saved in a while. Stefia, where are you? You should remind me, right? Come on, save. There we go. Let's map this one to a macro here. And let's do the same with that one. And let's do the depth of the FM as well. And then let's go into the mapping here. And let's do frequency, as long as it's not 1 or 0. And then this one can be, you know, maybe something like that. Now these macro controls are going to move in a bit more of a randomized kind of way. They're also sometimes going to move really slow, and sometimes they're going to move a lot quicker. We could maybe even speed this up a little bit. We bring the maximum up a bit as well. We get even more variety. See, now they're going really quick. Maybe we bring this down again. That looks alright. But the idea is to basically just make a patch and then just chuck a lot of different effects on it and map all of those to macro controls in the rack, and then map this device to the rack, which you can do like if we do that. So now it's not mapped. See? It's nothing mapped to it. You just click here and then you click on the title of a rack, and then it will automatically map to the macros in that rack. Now, it doesn't always work. If a macro is called gain, for instance, it won't map to that one. So just name it something else than gain, basically, and then it will work. I believe there's one other thing. I think feedback. If it's named feedback, it also doesn't map it. So that's just to prevent, like, if you have a rack with like a feedback knob, that the feedback gets too crazy. But just do that, map a whole bunch of things to there, and do like, I don't know, a chorus, a phaser, a flanger, and then just, you know, do the feedback as well, and map everything to macros. Just make everything move around at random, and then just start recording the output, you know, for like a long session. Play like notes into it, I don't know. But this is all just moving around at random. Right now it's only doing like some stuff in the sampler, like it's moving the position around and just giving us different cuts of this long file for this little blip of audio here. Right? But you can apply that to anything. So you can apply this to an operator patch, for instance. Because you don't have to map it to a rack, by the way. You can also, if we go, it's a little bit less usable, but like if you take this, let's just save, because it is a max for live device, so sometimes it is a little buggy. But if we take the device randomizer on this track here, and we chuck an operator in front of it, then we can do this and then map it to the operator. And then we'll pick some parameters at random, or I don't know, probably the first 8 parameters or the first 16. And those will now move around, which is a little bit less usable. So that's why I would advise it to, see, it's moving the coarse pitch and all kinds of other things. So that's why I would advise it to map it to a rack. So then you can actually decide what you're mapping to it, right? But then you can, as soon as you've just made like a really simple bass patch into it, and maybe, like for instance with this, you could have like a really simple patch with like a bit of a plucky shape, and then just map like the decay time, so sometimes it's longer, and then, you know, just play around with that kind of stuff, maybe a little bit of FM, and then just start putting like effects on it, you know, and map things from those effects as well. And it doesn't really matter what it sounds like, as long as you kind of, well, you kind of do want to steer it into a particular direction depending on what you want to get as the end result, of course. Like if you want to get like basses, for instance, you want to make sure that there is bass in it, right? So you got to at least somewhat steer it. So you sometimes have to play around with the mapping and the ranges for that to give it like a sweet spot, basically, of where it sounds somewhat good. But then it can move around within that range, right? And if you then do that for a whole lot of things, and then just record a long session where you just play some notes into it at random, or just have some MIDI clips with quantized notes, whatever you want. Quantized notes can be helpful if you want to, you know, just be able to quickly find rhythmic things that actually sync to the grid, sync to a BPM. But if you just play random notes into it, you know, that can also be very, very nice, because then you have freedom to just jam around on a keyboard, which can be really inspiring as well. So it doesn't really matter, you know. In the end, what you want to get is just a file with a lot of different sort of like movements in it and modulations and different kind of sounds in it that all come from the same source. But this device is absolutely goated. You can trigger it by audio as well, I believe, or something, but I usually just use it on the auto mode and then just open this up and map these to a macro as well, which are the speeds for the internal LFO, and this is just the amount of FM on that sine wave. So that's usually what I'll use, and then it just moves around at random. But you can use it for a lot of things. You can, you know, use it for effects and instruments, whatever you want. I forgot which live pack it's in, but it's in one of the live packs. Device randomizer. Okay, it's in the Max for Life Essentials pack, it seems. Yeah, it's in the Max for Life Essentials pack. So if you want to know which pack, that one. Just that one, which also includes those ones. So the convolution reverb. So you might even already have it installed if you have the convolution reverb as well, because it's that same pack. I use a Motu M4 as my audio interface. But it's also helpful for like if you want to just make randomized percussion or something, you know? It can be really helpful for that as well, because you can just make it move stuff around, and then you just create like a, I don't know, start from like a little burst of noise or something that is a little bit of a plucky shape, and then you can make all kinds of percussion out of it. Just put resonators in there and, I don't know, corpus or other kinds of things. And then just have that record like 8 notes or 16 notes or quarter notes, whatever you want. And you can just have it record for like 10 minutes. And then you have 10 minutes of randomized percussion sounds. I might actually have a couple of those files, actually. Do mod pi percussion. Not that much variation in that one, but it is kind of what I mean. This one is kind of similar as well. This one is fucking long. It's 52 minutes. But in this one I did the same thing, but I did it for sort of like textural impact sounds. Now these are not all sounding great, but there are some good ones in here. So all of these hits here are like some kind of an textural impact sound. All kinds of weird. It's all just randomized, so Some of them are really shit. While others are interesting. And it all started from just like a couple of percussion sounds, and then on top of it, like a whole chain of effects with like reverbs and all kinds of other things, frequency shifters, and everything was moving around at random. And then you get all these interesting samples to play around with. Might have been a vocoder in there, you know, just play around with like weird stuff. Like this, for instance, this is randomized operator noise percussion at 174 beats per minute. So we're at 172. Let's just put it at 172. Put this at repitch. Same technique, but on some noise, just making like randomized kind of percussion. Whatever, you know, but all those kind of things are done in the same way. Where you just take like a very simple input and then you just start messing with effects and like mapping all those effects to randomized macros. And it creates really nice happy accidents that you probably would have never come up with otherwise. You know, that's the great part of it. Because no way you're gonna move all of those macros in exactly that precise way if you're gonna automate it by hand with just drawing in the automation, you know? Heck, you might not even automate that many parameters to begin with, right? But because you're just mapping things, and then a lot of times while I'm recording, I would also still play around with the mappings of the macros so that you can sort of like change what happens. Because you might just be like, okay, let's for the first section have it only go up to here, and then in the second, after a while, you just change the mapping a little bit, or you maybe add a new effect into it while it's still recording, you know, and map that to the macros. And you can keep expanding the rack as you're recording. So it gets crazier and crazier towards the end of the recording as well. The only thing is, and you can probably see it from some of the lengths of those clips that I have, it's pretty easy to get carried away when you're a little bit in the zone and end up with like 50 minutes of resampled fucking weird shit, you know? But if it's fun, you know, who cares? Only thing is that sometimes DAWs can be a bit annoying with handling such long files. So maybe every once in a while, if you end up with a really long one, you might want to chop it into a couple of shorter sections and then save those, because then your DAW will be a little bit more happy. But if you've got like 64 GB of RAM or something like that, you don't have much to worry about. And if your hard drives are a bit quicker, of course, that's also important for that stuff, but... It's also a really good way to make drum fills, by the way. If you ever have issues with making drum fills, chuck 128 good sounding drum sounds that you like. Not necessarily electronically made drum sounds, right? Kind of depends on the fill you want to have, but I would usually go for a bit more acoustic sounding hits. Not just like snares and kicks, but also like some percussive sounds and stuff like that. Chuck 128 of them in a drum rack, and then just, you know, do the same thing, but then have like the MIDI, basically just put a MIDI note for every single sound into a MIDI clip, and then put an arpeggiator on it that has a random choice, so that it chooses a random note from all of those. And then just start mapping effects in the same way with one of those device randomizers. And just record it, and you'll get like a ton of different drum fills. Another thing is also some of those Max for Life devices you can download from the Max for Life website are also really good for that, like the sequencers. The MDD Snake is pretty good for making drum fills as well, or the one that Cohen Sound did, the palette sequencer, which is on their Patreon, I believe. But like it's a really fun way, just randomizing and generative stuff to create like drum fills. Okay, let's see if we can make this sound nice. Still don't like the sound of the bass entirely, but... What? That edit was fucking sick. Did you hear that? That edit was fucking nuts. It was fucking nice. I want that edit again. That was fucking good. No, exactly, yeah. A lot of times it's just going crazy, but it doesn't have to go absolutely crazy. You can create this, you can use the same technique when you're sound designing. Like, let's say you've made a patch that sounds interesting. I have a pretty good example, actually. It should be the first day of this year. Yeah. So I sat down and I wanted to make some minimal bass kind of thing. And I made this one, which is kind of the same technique, but applied in a much more subtle approach. And this is just 17 minutes of these kind of sounds. Like it's in the key of E, but it's not for this track, but it's the same technique. It also uses the same device randomizer, and the thing is just that the ranges for the macros are a lot more narrow and a lot more subtle in terms of like what I wanted it to do, right? So just by narrowing down the ranges of the macros and, you know, cleverly mapping your macros, you can also have it make like not too crazy stuff, but just like something that is stuff like this, right? It's a similar kind of thing. This one. You still get all kinds of stuff in there. This is also completely dry. I would probably add some reverb to it, but you get what I mean. You can make that rack go as crazy as you want. But yeah, it's pretty good for making all kinds of stuff. Should be some weird ones in here. I don't know what the fuck that is, but make it a bit quieter because it looks pretty loud. So you can map it to anything and get all kinds of weird textures and all kinds of weird things, you know? And that you can then later chuck those in tracks and use them, you know? But just messing about with that and doing the sound design like that, it just gives all those well, it gives you all kinds of results that you would have never done otherwise. Yeah, the only thing is that then later playing with those files can be a bit tedious, especially finding something nice within it can sometimes be a bit annoying. But yeah, it is definitely a fun process. That's also why it's always a lot of fun when people ask, when you made a sound like that, and then they ask, how did you make that sound? I don't even fucking know. I wish I knew. I kind of roughly know, but I don't know what the automation was doing. Okay, I mean, we could do that. It's gonna be weird, but it works. Kind of weird because that F sharp isn't in the scale necessarily, but I think what we are in is the Phrygian, but this would make it major Phrygian, and then this makes it Phrygian again, which is kind of funny, but kind of works as well. So could also do that. That maybe works even better, honestly. I don't like the sound of the clap, snare, whatever it is yet. When in doubt, take a frequency shifter and shift the whole thing around to see what you get. I don't like the... I think we just maybe need another layer. I do like that one, but let's put it on this layer only. That's already better. Yeah, I have an idea here, something that could maybe be cool. We need a reverb for that. We need a long reverb tail. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do that one, make it longer. Okay, let's leave that all the way up, but make a rack here, and then on this one we're gonna put a utility, and we'll map the gain to a macro and do 0, and then we can have that down. Let's call it reverb swell. Almost. Up until here. This sound can also be wide, by the way. I guess the reverb in current is not that wide. Yeah, exactly. There we go. That's better. Also this reverb, let's up the modulation a bit here. Better. I'm gonna do this. I want to see if I can try something. What if we put this one? Come on. That is the mid-range. Put it here. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's what I meant. I don't have that one. Or do we just grab the... Let's just grab this one. Yeah, so that works. What if we group this and create another chain, which is just for the audio, and then this one we can EQ it before it goes into here. Come on, there we go. Okay. Now let's map. Let's see if this works. I'm going to grab another utility. Drop that right here. I'm gonna go back here. Click map. And we're going to go here and click on the gain of that utility. Now let's go back in here. Let's change this to remote. To make things a little bit easier. Let's try 50 and 0. Now it's sort of like taking it down when this bass plays. And then in between the basses we get the reverb tail coming up. So let's see what that sounds like in the mix. Try it the other way around. But you don't really hear it that way. Maybe the fall needs to be longer for that. That's kind of interesting. Make sure it goes all the way to the top. That's too much. But I want at least all of them to hit the top, like now only the first one does. There we go. So I know it's at least hitting 0 for a bit. It's kind of nice. You can use that as an effect. try something weird. Maybe even less. Or pitch shifter could also work. But then I prefer the kilohertz one. Maybe even -2, because then it lands on C. Or no, then it lands on G, which is sort of like the next note. Might be cool. That's actually interesting. I don't really like the sound of the kick. Let's see if we can make a better kick. So what we'll do is we'll group this one, so we still have the old one, and we'll just make a new one in here. Create a new chain, turn the old one off, and let's go back in the work in progress drum sample pack, and let's go all the way to the bottom. And let's just chuck one in. That one definitely isn't the one for this tune, but we'll find one. Might be able to make that into a nice one. These are all pretty weird kicks, so I like using these as sort of like starting points usually to make other kicks from, because they already sound kind of weird. But we might have to go make one from scratch. It also has kind of an interesting transient. Somebody's firing fireworks outside. Do you guys hear it? Yeah, you guys can hear it. Somebody's maybe interesting. What does this look like actually at this moment? Let's take the output of that. We can definitely get a bit louder, but mostly on the sub I think, but not too much actually. Snare still sounds a bit weird, but it is what it is. I do like the reverb thing, kinda works. We just repeat that one more time. And let's also get rid of that one. What happens if we not what I thought it was gonna do. What if we just mute this? Okay, we're just gonna have that. But what else are we gonna do? Is the bot working today or not? Oh, it is working. Yeah, it is. By the way, if you want to support me in any way, shape or form, check out my Patreon. Little plug. I think I want to have another layer in here, but I think I'm gonna make it separate from this current. I would like to keep this though, but I can sort of like guesstimate it. 228, that is the decay time. And then we can dial it in from there. Let's do... Yeah, we can just do that in here. So we have... Yeah, we have space here. Let's do... Where are you? Oh, there. Let's just... I might do it on a separate track, actually. Let's do it on a separate track. Take that. Doesn't really matter. Just messing about with that. We have some variety. Go. Go 228. Go. And then we want that on here. And then let's bring the sustain down. A little bit of attack maybe. And then we also want it on the curve. So we can map that to a macro as well. And then we can copy the automation from the other one. This one. Just copy that to right here. No, Putney, that doesn't work. Is it doing anything? We're only really gonna use it towards the end, where it opens up though. That's pretty subtle. This one is just a bit longer to begin with. Let's increase that. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, let's go and let's add a bit of that. Shut the fuck up. Okay. That could be maybe the starting point of this sound. Like what I'm thinking about is having like a Reese coming in at the end here. Sort of like a Reese, which is kind of like what this is, right? It's kind of like a Reese, but then made into a plucky kind of thing. If we bring it down, it's going to be the same as a sub. And kind of this just gets longer and longer. But it kind of grows bigger, but this is kind of low, right? So might even do that. And then let's see if we can make it weirder and so like automate it in towards the end here. It's like an extra layer or something. Yeah, people are firing fireworks out here. It's getting that it's that time of the year again. I don't want to hear it here yet, but I think it's only going to be coming up here. This is still fine. Yeah, I think here I want this to come in, so let's just automate this downwards. definitely want to have a low pass as well. But I'm going to use some gain automation maybe. Loud. Not really what I was looking for, but let's make the notes the same as what the other one is. And then we'll just chuck pitch divisor. Or does it want to be these notes? I mean, that kind of worked. Tone wasn't exactly right yet, but that's something we can play with. All of this is kind of useless, but that doesn't matter. Because that doesn't need to be there. Not exactly right, but yeah, not sure. Probably a completely different sound for that, but Okay, here I think it could be nice if we will have like some kind of an arpeggiator coming in. Maybe it can also already come in here in this section and just grow bigger in this section. Like some kind of an arpeggiated rhythm or something. I have an idea. Let's grab a sequencer. Let's do an MDD snake. They're really going crazy today. What the fuck? The children are out. Skill. Let's go D, and then let's do Phrygian. We could also put in the major Phrygian if we want. Oh, let's save before anything happens. This device is so goated. That's actually a really nice pattern. Now we can just let's find a cool wavetable. Or we can also find a preset. I mean, I haven't really gone through a lot of the presets actually in Current at all. I've had it for a really long time, but I haven't really checked out many of the presets, to be quite honest. I always make my own. Yeah, just nothing in, so like the thing that I'm thinking about. This device is so fucking cool. It's so nice for making weird shit. Let's see what we have in here. If we go out of here. What do we have? Yeah, it works, but I would make a different patch. But we could use this one temporarily. Let's just see, and maybe. Oh yeah, what we can do is we can do this. Turn it on right here. So this section is just without. Let's see, I think the pattern is going to be different. probably something different, but I'm gonna stop streaming soon as well. Yeah, Snare definitely needs a bit of work, but maybe just some trends and shaping. And that one is not nice yet at all. Sure, let's try it out again. Yo, later, man. We had some fun today. For sure. Copy that. Right. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back again next week around 8:30 to 9 p.m. Amsterdam time. If you wanna check out my Patreon, link will be in the description. Same for the link to my Discord. I will drop that in there as well. So join if you haven't yet. I dropped a preset pack on Patreon recently for Output Portal. So if you want to help me out and send me some, some euros or some dollars, then that's probably the best way to do it. Or just become a Patreon supporter. That way you will get a lot more things in return. But if you don't want to pay a monthly fee or a monthly amount, you can also just buy a pack, and I will be posting more packs on the Patreon soon. I am currently working on a couple, so don't know yet when those will be out, but I have a bunch of ideas that I want to do for the Patreon. So anyways, thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be in the Discord like usual, and hope to see y'all in the next one. Peace.